Now it's for real. The tactics and squad strips have all been that all...
Greetings from Barcelona, one of football's spiritual homes. Joining me, Guy Mowbray, for commentary will be Sue Smith, and it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Barcelona, and they play Benfica.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. You just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
This is the lineup for the visitors.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. This can be quite an attacking lineup with the three progressive players behind the lone striker, but you've still got that defensive protection with the two midfielders holding.
Koundé. Space to attack here for Barca. Able to get a body in the way. Ball back with Barcelona now. He's got behind it! Well, it looked promising, but it hasn't proved to be much of a test. Actor Kurlu. This is who I've been looking forward to seeing most today. Are we going to see him play a prominent role here soon?
Well, he's a match winner. He's a genius on the football pitch. Whenever he gets on the ball, you think he's going to make something happen. I love the way he just skips past players with ease. I can't wait to see him play today.
That's not a bad-looking ball. No scratch for the attackers to feed off. Hung on to the ball well. Arsenal. Move of real promise developing. Oh, a great chance. Oh, he should really have scored with that.
And they should be in the lead now. You can see how disappointed he is with himself.
It's on for the shot! Well, in the end, it didn't give the keeper much trouble at all. Orkun Kökçü. Barca recovering possession well. Oh, he cut that out nicely. Has the space to whip it in here. No problem at all in keeping that one out. Moving forward under no real pressure. This for the lead, and they take the lead. Well, off the bench and onto the score sheet. What a way to make an impact. Beautifully weighted ball. Lewandowski. Decent looking attack, this. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. The defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. Kökçü. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. This is a promising looking attack. Could be a chance, and the goalkeeper keeps him out on this occasion.
He wasn't far off from getting his second. He does look lively, and you can see that he wants more.
That will be a throw-in now. Lewandowski. Koundé. This is a lovely spell on the ball, but it was a build-up with no end product. through. What a save that was! And the flag's up, so any goal wouldn't have stood anyway. But we should still praise an amazing save. Di Maria. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. And denied by a top-draw tackle. Pushing forward, now to make the right choice. And stopped in their tracks with a change in possession. So Barcelona are behind, Sue. Not where they want to be approaching the break, but that's where they are.
Well, there's not much in it for me, Guy. I think the manager will be happy to get them in at half-time, only down 1, and just readjust a few things, maybe make some tweaks tactically, and then in the second half, really have a go.
Good spell on the ball, but they are still behind. What a shot! Razor shot!
Oh, talk about reactions. How good were his then? It's such close range. That's a brilliant save.
Otamendi. Orkun Kökçü. Arsenus. And the referee's whistle. So away we go then for the second half. Aktürkoğlu. Kökçü. Arsenus. On to Di Maria. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. So much room out wide now for Barcelona. Dani Olmo. The effort shut out. And the corner could present a good chance for Barcelona to draw level.
Well, the crowd are doing their bit, but can they find the equaliser? It's a big opportunity, this.
Could be a chance. Short corner it is. Having a try, but the keeper saw it coming and saves easily. Well, he's made his mark on the game, proving particularly hard to play against. He's causing problems.
Well, it was certainly a good 45 minutes. Obviously got the goal to put them in front, but he's looked lively throughout too. Hopefully see a little bit more of that in the second half.
Brilliant. More of that, please. And it's stopped straight away. Rafinha. Dani Olmo. Oh, worth a shot. Well, not a million miles away.
No, it was close. Decent effort that. Just need to keep plugging away and surely the goal will come.
Di Maria. Lewandowski. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Arsenus. Di Maria now. Good ball in behind. Oh, well saved. That real opportunity. Di Maria. Di Maria! The goalkeeper has that and keeps it in his grasp. Lovely ball. This could lead to something. Florentino. Pavlidis. Barcelona have possession again. Dani Olmo. This is an excellent-looking Barcelona transition. Dani Olmo. A corner coming up for Barca. It's put into the middle. Florentino. Bar. Actor Kurlu. Orkun Kökçü. Fredrik Arsnes. Chance to get in behind with that. Takes it on. Oh, great work from the keeper to avert the danger. Dani Olmo. And that's been ruled as offside. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. Oh, excellent vision. Oh, offside. That must have been close.
Oh, it was. That's so unlucky. A really tight call. Great movement, so he'll be frustrated. But it was the right decision.
Now a sense that a late equaliser could be on the cards. He's offside. The flag is up. Well, we're in the dying embers now, and Barca still narrowly behind here. Time running out, you feel?
Yeah, they've still got time to get that equaliser. They just need one moment of quality. Someone to take the game by the scruff of the neck.
And that has stopped any potential danger. Good ball, decent looking attack this. And the shot thwarted. Lewandowski. Plenty of room out wide for Barcelona. And the referee sees that as a foul. Free kick to come. And he'll take this on. Off the crossbar. Alexander Bar. Dani Olmo. Rafinha. Having a try. Well, he went for power. He got plenty of that. It was never anywhere near. And that's the final whistle. And
building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. I'm Derek Ray, and my commentary partner here on the gantry is the former Arsenal and West Ham player, Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. It's PSV versus Barcelona.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
Well, here's how the lineup looks for PSV.
Well, it's a 4-3-3 formation with a centre forward and 2 wingers. So it's important that the midfield players give support to the striker whenever the ball goes wide. They can't allow him to be isolated.
And no problems at all for the keeper. This is how the visitors will set up today.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how the wingers play today. Will they stay high and wide? Will they come in field and support the centre forward? And how deep will they come out of possession? They're going to be key to this formation.
An encouraging move from Barca. Keeping the ball moving. That's a good pass. Well, deemed to be offside by the merest of margins.
Well, it's very close to being the perfectly timed run. But whether it's an inch or a yard, he's still offside.
Thiel. Veerman. Gus Thiel. PSV have given the ball away. Rafinha. It's a neat move. Dani Olmo with it. Can't miss, surely. And a goal! Not bad for starters. They take an early lead. Noah Lang. Joey Veerman. Schouten. Lang. He'll have a go here. Well, we gave it the big build-up, but he didn't quite deliver on his promise. Well, passing moves like this will keep confidence levels up. Always going to be the goalkeeper's ball. Veerman. Luc de Jong. And Barca have it back. Rafinha. And Barca moving the ball with purpose. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Teammates available. Really good ball there. Oh, how about that for a tackle? Luc de Jong. Now what can they do from here? They could level it. And he's done it. Parity again. A magnificent game unfolding. Inigo Martinez. Pedri. Here's Rafinha. Pedri. Rafinha. Alex Balde. Pedri. Dani Olmo. Balde. Promising move from Barcelona. And now Lewandowski! Well, the shot seemed like a good option, but goalkeeper's ball. Veerman. That's a lovely ball. Joey Veerman. Could be dangerous. Oh, he'll take it on. Simple for the keeper dealing with that long-range effort. An important interception.
And unfortunately for him, he had worked his way into an offside position.
And I think everybody in the ground could see that was always going to be offside.
This attack looks highly promising.
But really sticking to their task defensively.
Well, trying to probe, but not succeeding. Luc de Jong. Lang. Pulls it back. Can they take the lead? That was going in.
Still pushing for that goal that would see them forge ahead.
Well, that's how to do it inside your own penalty area. So the whistle then. We're up the halfway strip.
So the two teams have switched around and the second half is underway.
Thiel. Jordi Schouten. Ivan Perisic. It might be on for them. Schouten. And de Jong on the ball. Mauro Junior. Perisic with the ball. And a decent save. Full credit.
Delivering it.
Appear to be in two minds.
Well, they can keep possession now.
Koundé. Dani Olmo. Lewandowski now. Lewandowski. He'll have a go here. And foiled only by the crossbar.
Well, Barcelona can't believe they're not leading here, but they're certainly creating one or two chances now.
Well, Luc de Jong didn't disappoint anyone in the first half. Interested to get your assessment.
Well, he stepped forward for his team with the equaliser. It could prove to be the key turning point in this contest, as they haven't been at their best today.
A goal! That's two for him today! They simply can't stop him! No wonder he's celebrating!
Alex Balde. Pedri.
And Barcelona being afforded too much space.
Well, you've got to say, comfortably off target, Stuart.
Yeah, that's a waste of good possession. His teammates are not happy with him, and they're letting him know.
Lewandowski. Barcelona now in potentially a dangerous position. Jordi Schouten. It's with Ledesma. Thiel. Perisic. Opportunity to deliver the cross. And that'll be PSV's throw-in. An attack full of promise. Lang. And that goes down as an effort that he's not going to be remembering fondly.
Well, the fans are going mad here. They think that was a penalty.
Lewandowski. This could square the game. Oh, great defending. Succeeded in keeping it in play. Now Lewandowski carries the ball forward. But can he produce from this position? Thiel. Luc de Jong. And a tidy challenge. And the referee spotted the foul, but has played advantage. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Luc de Jong. It's with Ledesma. Jordi Schouten. And it's Barcelona's turn now. Into an attacking position. It's not too late for them. Opportunity to level it. A smart stop here.
Well, not much time left now, and these supporters are doing everything they can to get their team over the finish line. What an atmosphere.
The high press was on, and that's a fantastic tackle. Ivan Perisic. Gus Thiel. Unable to keep it, PSV. Well, we can see what they're attempting, but it's just not coming off. Lewandowski. Olivier Boscagli. Schouten. And De Jong on the ball. Might work out. Well, offside, but a tight call.
Well, that was really close. It was almost a perfect run, wasn't it?
Rafinha. Given the circumstances, Barcelona have got to go for it. Time is against them here. If you're wondering about stoppage time, 1 minute to be added on. Joey Fairman. So full time it is, and a morale boosting. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Well, just the sort of weather the fans were hoping for this evening. It's absolutely ideal. I'm Derek Ray and delighted to have Stuart Robson sharing commentary duties with me. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Benfica and they take on PSV.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
I must say this looks promising. But nothing comes of it. And here's how the lineup looks for PSV.
Well, it's great to see both teams using wingers. It's now just a case of which team uses them best and which pair get the better crosses into the box. It should be a good watch.
Bar. And return to Di Maria. Cook-Q. Oh, genuine chance. And denied by the keeper. Impressive.
Well, what a chance that was to take the lead. But you have to give the goalkeeper credit. What a brilliant save that was.
PSV recovering possession well. And Perisic takes it forward. He has teammates he can play it to. Interception to snuff out the danger. Ledesma. Nicely timed tackle. Aursnes. Di Maria now. Di Maria. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Ivan Perisic. Good movement. Oh, good defending to stop a decent-looking attack. Now, who can he play it to? Dangerous-looking through ball. De Jong. And playing it back. Bar. On the ball, Florentino. Cook-Q. Florentino. Di Maria. Cook-Q. On the ball, Florentino. And the referee is quite rightly letting it go. This could be the equaliser. Oh, a stellar piece of defending. Ledesma. And now Perisic. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. Support for Di Maria. Oh, nice ball over the top. And he did what he had to do defensively. Aursnes. Di Maria now. That is a very fine challenge in difficult circumstances. And space here on the flank. Chances on. Oh, that is marvellous goalkeeping.
Well, he's an imposing figure in those situations. That's a great save.
Great opportunity. Well, that is going to go down as an own goal by the keeper. Alexander Ba. On the ball, Florentino. Kukçu. Florentino. Ba. Otamendi has it. Kukçu. Kukçu. Played into the centre. That's the clearance that was needed. Luc de Jong. Now options are plenty. Feeding it through.
Well, not allowed to continue. He had drifted into the offside position.
Well, if he takes a step back to the ball and then spins in behind, he'll be onside. But he does know where the space is.
Luc de Jong. And passing it through. Oh, but brilliantly read to cut it out. It looked so promising. The supporters want to see him have a go. Schouten. And with that, the first half draws to a close. Well, underway once more, and it's going to be fascinating to see what developments occur in this second half. Alexander Ba. Otamendi has it. Florentino. Kukçu. Alexander Ba. Aursnes. High quality defending. Luc de Jong. A really good pass. And space to cross it. Trying to find the right angle of attack. Oh, it's a superb challenge. Very timely. Luc de Jong. And quick thinking defensively. Pavlidis. Could be dangerous. Just cutting off the supply. Teammates available. Good distribution. And steered back under a bit of pressure. Kukçu. We're into the final half hour. It's looking promising. Luc de Jong. Racing forward, trying to catch them out. Oh, genuine chance. Well, hit on the volley. Terrific strike.
Well, it's a very difficult technique, but I actually think he should be scoring there.
Well-timed tackle. Di Maria. Well, moving the ball around nicely as they try to get themselves back within a goal. Ivan Perisic. How about the cross? Perisic. Spot on with that tackle. Pavlidis. De Jong. This looks more than decent. Can he open the door to a potential goal? Well, the keeper dealt with the danger. It'll be a corner. And it's opening up. Oh, that's unforgettable! The bicycle kick represents perfection and purity. It's a goal for the archives. A masterclass in technique. Simply awesome. Alexander Bach. Kökçü. Bach. Aursnes. Kökçü. Can they take advantage? Well, deemed to be offside by the merest of margins.
Well, it's very close to being the perfectly timed run, but whether it's an inch or a yard, he's still offside.
Now, who can he play it to? And there's the pullback. Is this the moment? And the referee says penalty. And a chance maybe to settle this. And slotted home. Well, his heart might have been fluttering, but he didn't show it. A goal from the spot. Just 10 minutes to go. And the timing was perfect. Ball one. Beautifully weighted ball. Exquisite pass from Di Maria. And there it is, a goal. But will it be purely a consolation at this stage of the proceedings? They haven't been at their best. Veerman. They've given it away. Desma. And De Jong on the ball. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Di Maria. A goal that is out of this world. I don't think anyone expected that, not least the goalkeeper. And I have a feeling we'll be seeing that time and time again. Incredible. Joey Veerman. And Mauro Junior with it. Giving it a try. And denied by the keeper. Impressive. So full time it is. And a morale.
Days of anticipation have led up to this, an occasion worthy of a packed stadium.
A warm welcome to you and thanks for joining us for another game live on EA TV. Guy Mowbray with you for commentary, delighted to be joined by Sue Smith. And it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Benfica and they take on Barcelona.
Yeah, cheers. Well, both teams will be hoping that they can get to the knockout round, so it is important that they pick up the 3 points early on. Just send out a statement to the others. I'm sure we'll see a good competitive match, though.
Here's the Benfica lineup.
They are lining up in a 4-3-3 system, and with this, it naturally creates triangles all over the pitch. So it means lots of options for players. It does allow them to get forward and support the attacks as well.
Promising looking ball. Oh, he's done well to get past his man. Lewandowski. Excellent work in goal there. Well saved. Orkun Kökçü. Vangelis Pavlidis. Having a look. And still danger here. Well, that was looking good, but nothing to come from it.
Well, so close to seeing an early goal there. If not for the keeper, they would have been ahead. Great save, though, you have to say.
He might be called upon again here. Still some defending to do. It on. Oh, well saved. That was a really good chance. Dani Olmo. Unsurprising who we've singled out as our player to watch. What should we expect today, Sue?
Well, he's just such an intelligent footballer. The little give and goes, the quick movement.
Oh, they must score. Oh, that might be one to talk about afterwards. Offside, but only a hair in it. Good work from Barca to win back possession. Nicely played through. Dani Olmo! And it's a good diving save, although one you'd expect to be made. And they've gone with a short one. Oh, that was a decent position. He went to whack it rather than place it, and has narrowly missed. Kökçü. And the forward progress continues. Oh, great block. Koundé to take the lead. And that was a wonderful chance.
It was. He's got to do better there. They should be 1-0 up.
Frederick Arsnes. Di Maria. Barr. Di Maria. Played in deep, back post. Maybe an opportunity to get their noses in front with this corner. That's off the line, it'll be a throw. Dani Olmo. Good work to recover possession. Kökçü. That looks decent, making progress here. Went for it all right, and it wasn't a bad try. It's been hammered just over the top. Di Maria. Di Maria, and delivered into the middle. And it's not the best of clearances. What a terrific effort. That would have been special.
And he watches the ball all the way, connects with it perfectly. We just can't find the accuracy. It's a great effort, though.
Good ball. Decent looking attack, this. And he's having a go. Kirchu. And over the touchline it goes. It will be a throw-in now. Chance to get in behind with that. But it's offside. Surely not by much.
No, it can't have been. It really looked like he timed his run to perfection. He's marginally offside. Really unlucky that.
Ball back with Barcelona now. Rafinha. Lewandowski. Chance for the lead. And you can see and sense the frustration after that. It needed a more subtle, certain finish. Some good work to win it there. It's nice possession. Is there a goal to take the lead coming? Frederick Arsnes. And with that, the first... Off we go then. Still 0-0 as the second half gets underway. Lewandowski. Can't get it through this time. Bar. Arsnes. There's good width to this attack now. And stopped in their tracks with a change in possession. The counter looks on here. Options available. Just getting bogged down a touch in midfield. And that has stopped any potential danger. Alexander Barr. Di Maria now. Nicely played. Still a chance off the keeper.
Well, they've certainly been positive in their play, haven't they? But for that really good save, they'd be in the lead now.
Too much weight put on the pass. Goal kick. Rafinha. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. He hasn't hit the heights we know he's capable of to this point. He can only get better from here on in.
Yeah, and he's not been involved enough for me. Not seen enough for the ball. I think if they're to kick on in the second half, it's key that they get the ball into
Hold on, chance. And it's on now. Oh, great block. Kirchu. Now, this might be promising. Chance now for a quick transition. Beautifully weighted ball. Dani Olmo. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Brilliant. More of that, please. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Promising looking ball. Well, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on.
Traga a sua camisola e leve a cidade.
Di Maria. Pavlidis. Able to come away with the ball. Very quick to close down. Rafinha goes for goal. Oh, great work from the keeper to avert the danger. Kirchu. Actor Kurlu. Vangelis Pavlidis. Still going here. And the keeper's done really well to keep that out.
When you look at the stats, it shows just how I feel the game's gone. It's been a brilliant watch. Both sides having a go, creating lots of opportunities. Let's hope that this continues.
Well read to gain possession. Orkun Kirchu. Lewandowski. Promising move this. A goal now would surely be the winner. Can he finish? And the keeper could be in trouble. And still danger here. And it's held with a real sense of relief.
Yeah, he gathers it well at the second attempt, but what a save initially. It's a superb stop. Well, just listen to the fans. They're certainly trying their best to push them on to get a winner. I'm sure there's going to be one more chance. It's just whether they can take it.
There's a nice passing rhythm to the play. They might have to regroup here, having lost the ball. That looks decent, making progress here. Lewandowski. Dani Olmo. Decent move, look to be building, and that's it for now. Pedri. Oh, if they score from this, they'll surely win the game. Dani Olmo. Lewandowski. This could do it for them. And it's kept out. They've got their keeper to thank for still being level.
Well, when he's called upon, he's ready. And that's such a good save at a really crucial time in the game. It's brilliant from the keeper.
In the right position to cut out the pass. Good ball, decent looking attack this. And the referee's whistle brings the game to an end.
A game to whet the appetite. A match certain to entertain and enthrall. But the big question is, who has the qualities necessary to succeed? There is so much on the line. Well, this wonderful city offers the visitors so much, including football. Barcelona, of course. My name is Derek Ray, positioned here on the commentary gantry, and sitting next to me, ready to give you all the analysis, is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Barcelona, and they take on PSV.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
Barcelona free kick, it'll be here. And it's a quality pass. And a goal it is! No long wait for the opener today. Mauro Junior. Gustil. Perisic! Oh, goodness gracious me! It's a special goal from miles out. Dani Olmo. Jules Koundé on the ball. Pedri. Now Lewandowski carries the ball forward. But can he produce from this position? Well, a touch off the defender last of all, so a corner. Load over. Not the best clearance. Element of risk there, but he's won the ball. It's with Ledesma. Ledesma. Well, a struggle for PSV to retain the ball. Will he play it in? Lewandowski. It has to be! And the keeper really reacted brilliantly.
Well, from that sort of range, it's a great save, I have to say.
Well, they weren't able to capitalise. Joey Fairman. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. Pedri. Can he find the right pass? Lewandowski. And an astute piece of defending. Well, he could run onto it here. He collected tidily. He had plenty to think about. Interception to snuff out the danger. Ivan Perisic. Teal. And moving the ball forward with genuine purpose here. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Koundé. Well, a good tackle. Lang. Can they forge ahead? And that's an excellent piece of defending to thwart him. Lewandowski. Here's Rafinha. This is Robert Lewandowski. Wonderfully weighted pass. Lewandowski. And struggling to get the shot off. Well, that's how to do it inside your own penalty area. played the pass up there to Ivan Perisic. Had a chance to whip it in here. And he stopped them in their tracks. Balde. And that is offside. Seal. Perisic with the ball. Top-class defending. Pedri. Lewandowski now. And Barca moving the ball with purpose. Well, he's been ruled offside. And Barcelona have possession again. And passing it well. Veerman. Is it going to be? Looked like a certain goal, but that's a great challenge. Koundé. This is Robert Lewandowski. And now the visionary Lewandowski. Oh, but there's defensive diligence for you when things look dangerous. There was impending danger, but good defending. And there it is, the half-time whistle. So back underway, and an intriguing second half in prospect. Mauro Junior. Jordi Schouten. Veerman. Noah Lang. And nicely struck. Oh, a smart stop. So the corner played into the box. Well, it was a crowded penalty area, but the keeper's done well to hold on to that. Well, couldn't quite find his teammate. Gus Thiel. Joey Veerman. And a long way out here. Well, it wasn't quite as dangerous as I thought it might be. Balde. Wonderful challenge, and a throw-in coming up. And Robert Lewandowski on the move here. It's a perfect challenge. And players waiting in the centre. Still looking for space. Takes him in. Oh, marvellous save. Great goalkeeping. Well, I think Ivan Perisic was enjoying himself in the first half, Stuart. What did you think of what you saw from him?
Well, he certainly got his team back into this game with that goal, because up to that point, they hadn't played particularly well. I think he's had a decent first half. He'll be looking to build on his goal in the second 45.
Might be on for them. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. Lewandowski. And the flag has gone up here. Offside it is. Veerman. And De Jong on the ball. Lang. Oh, he wasn't necessarily favourite to win that challenge.
looks promising. And nicely over the top. And Barcelona winning the ball back. Dani Olmo. Pedri. Alex Balde. Good looking move. Well, you've got to give him credit for that piece of defending. Fairman. Joey Fairman. Lang. They're relying very much on their passing game in a bid to take the lead. Chance to take the lead. Really good piece of goalkeeping there. Well, a chance here perhaps to invigorate their aerial targets. Well, the goalkeeper made it look as though there was no pressure on him whatsoever. Excellent vision. Lewandowski. "15 minutes left for play. And slipped through beautifully. Teammate available. Fine tackle there to prevent the chance. Ivan Perisic. Plenty of support here. Fairman. And Mauro Junior with it. They're on the scent of a winner late in this game. But timely defending when it mattered. Well, very effective play in possession.
They get the winner now, these Barca fans will go absolutely wild. What an atmosphere we've got inside this stadium. It's going to be a really tense finale to this game.
Rafinha. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. And so into the final 5 minutes. Wilting under the pressure. And now they try to go forward. Oh, good-looking run. Lewandowski. PSV regaining possession. Luke de Jong. And the search goes on for a winner. Time is tight. Absolutely spot on with that challenge. And there's the whistle. They can't be separated up.
Two sides ready to give it their all in what promises to be 90 minutes of end-to-end football. Stay with us for every kick of the ball.
A warm welcome on what is a lovely evening for football. I'm Guy Mowbray, and I'm joined by Sue Smith for commentary, and we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. It's PSV, and they play Benfica.
Yeah, cheers. Well, both teams will be hoping that they can get to the knockout round, so it is important that they pick up the 3 points early on. Just send out a statement to the others. I'm sure we'll see a good competitive match, though.
Di Maria. Here's how PSV line up.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-3-3, and I think in midfield they'll have one deeper and the other two a little bit further forward. But they also have that option to have the 2 deeper lying midfielders if they do start to get overrun.
This is the visitors' team for today.
Yeah, it's a very similar look, isn't it? So it'll probably come down to those individual matchups. I think those wide areas will play a key role, though. It's so important that the fullbacks get forward.
And hold on, chance! And he's done really well. Now it's in! Nothing he could do to stop the next one. And a little extra help wouldn't go amiss back there. Tamendi. Kirchu. Alexander Barr. Frederick Arsnes. Orkun Kirchu. The hard work pays off. They won the ball. Di Maria. Orkun Kirchu. Actor Kurlu. Flag up here. Offside. Lang. Beautifully weighted ball. Yerdy Schouten. Moving the ball forward. What can they do with this? And they want to see a shot here. Not forcing the issue, moving the ball nicely. Vangelis Pavlidis. Game brought to a halt. A free kick given for that. Di Maria. And that has been adjudged to be offside. De Jong. Joey Veerman. To go a long way with this. And that's where it ends. Kirchu. Vangelis Pavlidis. And possession given away. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. He's beaten his marker here. Oh, quality keeping.
Well, he certainly showed his class there with that save. You'd expect him to score from there, but he comes from nowhere to keep that out.
Well, that could have proved tricky, but it's safe now. Barr. Arsnes. Alexander Barr. He'll be disappointed at being pushed into putting the ball out here. Veerman. Finds himself with space now. Trying to carve out the angle. They've won the ball and can now get something going, maybe. Who's Thiel? And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. The crowd urging him to shoot. In behind, can he finish? It's in! 2 to the good. That little bit of buffer. And it's just a matter of keeping concentration now.
Alexander Barr.
Otamendi. Half-time is looming. What do you make of this wonderful lead that they've carved out for themselves, Sue?
Yeah, they've been able to dictate the pace for the most part. They've asked lots of questions of the opponents too. They'll be the much happier of the two teams if they can just see out these final few minutes now.
And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Lang. Joey Veerman. Junior. A really good interception to take the ball. A move of real promise now. Oh, they were getting interested there, but not anymore. Luke de Jong. And we could watch that sort of skill all day. Oh, it's a superb reaction to win the ball this time. That looks decent, making progress here. And it's a goal kick when it looked for all the world like... And there's the restart. Off we go again. Noah Lang. Mauro Junior. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Just getting bogged down a touch in midfield. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? Teal. Oh, nice vision in that pass. Oh, offside. That must have been close.
It was. That's so unlucky. A really tight call. Great movement, so we'll be frustrated. But it was the right decision.
And the hard work pays off. They won the ball. Lang. Joey Veerman. Beautifully weighted ball. More defensive work to do here. Well, that was looking good, but nothing to come from it. A chance now for a quick transition. Pavlidis. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Well, of all the players we're watching today, would you agree that he'd certainly get good marks so far?
Yeah, that's been a good half for him. Clinical with his finish, but he's maintained an intensity to his performance. He'll be looking to keep that going in the second half.
Not so much given away as cleverly won. There's room to do something here. And this could be. It's sloppy in possession. Noah Lang. An attack of genuine promise developing. Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. Shouten. Now Perisic. Trying his luck. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. There's good width to this attack now. Who's Teal? What a chance! Oh, excellent work from the keeper to deny a promising-looking attack. Well read to gain possession. Back with Benitez. Yurdi Schouten. De Jong. Moving it forward with purpose, something on maybe. Great chance here. Terrific. Another goal. What a scoreline this is for them. Good shoot. Could turn out to be a really good ball. Di Maria. Taking this on. Not a bad effort, but it's gone over the top and away. Promising looking ball. Oh, well saved. That was a really good chance. Goose Till. Noah Lang. That's crossed the line. It'll be a throw-in. Turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. And that has been flagged for offside.
Well, you've got to be more aware of the situation here. Have another touch. Give him time to get back into position.
Struggling to keep the ball there. Approaching the last whistle here, and the hosts have really been on it. This will get a great reaction from the fans.
Well, they've been excellent and thoroughly deserved to win this. Some of the attacking play has been a pleasure to watch.
Oh, they must score! And another goal! It seemed all over before, but there's another to really seal it. Back to Curlew. Switched on and ready to intercept there. Veerman. Now Perisic. And unable to retain possession. He's hit that well. Oh, that's brilliantly saved. Behind it goes for the corner. And that'll do it. Full time. And the whistle greeted by...
Two giants of football going head-to-head today. The atmosphere atmosphere is electric. So many stars on show, and everyone is excited and ready for this one. Don't go anywhere. All the action coming up next.
A warm welcome on what is a lovely evening for football. Guy Mowbray here, and Sue Smith is here to commentate with me. And we've got Bundesliga action for you here. It's Stuttgart, and they take on Bayern Munich.
Cheers, Guy. I think it's so important that both teams start on the front foot, take the game to the opposition, and an early goal would certainly settle any nerves.
This is today's Bayern Munich starting lineup. Deo Upamecano plays alongside Eric Dyer in the centre of defence, and the main striker is Harry Kane. Harry Kane. Kane. Beautifully weighted ball. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Furyk. What a room out wide for Bayern. Sent into the middle. And what a chance this is. Flown into the net. What a strike! A superb volley. Labelling. Moving it forward with purpose. Something on maybe. Oh, great work from the keeper to avert the danger. Dennis Undav. Angelo Stiller. Nice and easy this, just staying patient. Playing his luck. Good work to recover possession. Chris Furyk. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? He takes aim. Brilliant work by the man in goal. That's a top stop. It's put into the middle. Oh dear, everything about that wrong. Poor example of how to head the ball. Jamie Labelling. Could turn out to be a really good ball. Well, I'm not sure the keeper particularly wanted that, but danger averted for now. Not a lot of time for him. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Now, this might be promising. It's cleared. They can breathe easier. Bayern come away with it. Jamal Musiala. They could try. The keeper quick to get across and make the save. Made into the box. That's not properly away yet. Oh, he went for it. It was a wonderful try.
A lot of players wouldn't even think of attempting that, but he shows great skill and his effort. It's not far away. What a superb goal that would have been.
This might be promising. Just where things up. Leroy Sané. Davis. Put into the middle. Danger averted for now. Maximilian Mittelstädt. This could be dangerous. Olise. Sané. There it ends. Good defending to close down the shot. Chris Fury. Out of play it goes for a throw-in. It's on now, and it's there. A goal that draws them back on level terms. From Meccano. Onto Dyer. Kimmich. Onto Davis. Fury. And the referee's whistle brings the first 45 minutes. The game restarts with the sides level. Really good pass. Oh, worth a shot. It's more than comfortable for the man in goal. Kimmich. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Michael Olise. Oh yes, all the practice pays off. Hey! They've got another, and he's got another. 2 for the game. Fury. Dennis Under. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. They're not getting close enough here. Is this the equaliser? Vital tackle, and he's come away with it. This is a promising looking attack. Oh, great chance. Oh, what a goal! A moment of pure individual brilliance. It's a 1 in 1,000 goal. Leo Upamecano. Michael Olise. Now with Kimmich. Well read to gain possession. Jamie Laveling. Jamal Musiala. Olise. Kimmich. Onto Davis. Could be dangerous. Oh, terrific from the keeper. Super speed, razor-sharp reactions. Angelo Stiller. Bayern Munich have it back now. Hard work pays off. They won the ball. Atakan Karazor. head in. And that's nice and easy for the goalkeeper. Lyman. Now Kimmich. Davis. Leroy Sané. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. There could be something building for Bayern here. Crucial defending. Struggling to keep the ball there. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. A goal that gives them the advantage. So yet another goal. 3-2 now and off they go. Fury. Karazor. Dennis Under. That set up the chance. And it's opened up for him. Off the crossbar. It's broken down and it had looked promising. Olise. Musiala. Able to come away with the ball.
Well, as soon as they won the ball back, there was an almighty roar. The fans are trying to push the team forward and get an equaliser.
Well, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. Davis. Davis. Well, a poor cross in the end, unable to beat the first man. Chris Fury.
Well, just listen to the atmosphere. The fans certainly still believe that they can get something from the game, and they want just one last push. There is still time.
And a good tackle results in a throw-in. Kimmich. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. Jamal Musiala. Ball taken away from them. Jamie Labeling. Still pushing forward in search of the equaliser. Well, that brings the match to a close.
Kick-off is nearing, and there is increasing excitement inside the stadium. Who has the ingredients necessary for victory? What will be the other storylines out there on the pitch? We're on the cusp of finding out. Stay with us on EA TV. And hello from the Heldenstadt, as it's known, the city of heroes. The venue is the Red Bull Arena. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting next to me here on the commentary gantry is the former Arsenal and West Ham United midfield man, Stuart Robson. And we have live action from the Bundesliga coming right up. It's RB Leipzig up against Stuttgart.
Well, we've got everything needed for a good game here. Two motivated teams, a vibrant atmosphere and some very good players. Let's hope we're not disappointed.
This is how the visitors will set up today.
Well, 3-5-2 is a great system if you can get control of the midfield, because your wing-backs can then play higher up the pitch and the front two can combine as a pair, but they need to dominate that central area.
Dennis Undav. Decisive pass. And a goal! Not wasting much time today. They strike first. Vinny Orban. Haidara. On to Orban. Kevin Campbell. Simons. David Raum. Xavi Simons. Leipzig pushing forward with options available. And he's hit it with authority! And the keeper more than equal to it. Well, the corner played into the box. Struggling to get it away. Haidara. The ball with Campbell. Promising possession this. It might be. Well, it goes down as an opportunity squandered. Not that the goalkeeper is complaining.
Well, I have to say, that's a poor effort from a very good position. He should be scoring there.
Jamie Leveling. Chabot. Dennis Undav. And Stuttgart have won the throw. What to like about that pass? And out for a throw-in. Just misfiring with the pass. Well, possibilities in the centre. Fruitful looking attack. And it might be. Stopped a surefire goal. Couldn't take advantage of the chance. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Good bit of closing down. Angelo Stiller. And a tidy tackle. What can they do to stop him running at them? Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Baku. Big chance. And a goal to square the game. Into the seat stuff. Angelo Stiller. Maximilian Mittelstädt. Atakan Karazor. And showing good patience. I think I spoke too soon. Wasn't the best of passes finally. Kevin Campbell. On to Orban. And the ball back with Stuttgart. Xavi Simons. Voltemade. Reading it through. Well, even marginally offside is still against the law.
Yeah, and he just needed to hold his run for a fraction longer, and he would have been in on goal.
Voltemade. Just the challenge that was required. Good move in the making from Leipzig, but timely defending when it mattered. Jamie Leveling. Voltemade. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Well, possession keeps on changing hands. That's problematic. Undav, using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. Raul. Xavi Simons. Oh, this looks useful. Could cross it in here. It might still be problematic. And a time for cool heads. And that is going to... Into the second half then. And these two sides are locked together. Just can't really choose between them at the moment. Simons. And now it's Ridley Baku. Gertruida. And Leipzig finding space on the flank. Simons. Oh, good strike! And just over the bar. Excellent effort it was. Jamie Leveling. Committed challenge. Simons. Decent position. Can he put them in front? Looked like a certain goal, but that's a great challenge. Breaking at pace. But nothing comes of it. Ikoma Luis Openda. Simons. Raum. Haidara. On to Orban. Xavi Simons. Raum. Simons. Leipzig moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? A fine reading of the situation. And into the last 30 minutes now. Dennis Undav. Might be a chance here. There it is. 2 to the good now. And that gives them a buffer. Haidara. The ball with Campbell. Baku. Well, pass after pass, maybe they can chisel an opportunity. Vidi Orbach. The ball with Campbell. Baku. And putting pay to the danger. Really determined defending. Simons. Benjamin Šeško. Oh, super piece of play. And made sure the pass wasn't troublesome. Woltemade. What was the chance they could get caught out on the break here? Could be troublesome. Real chance. It's always likely to be the goalkeeper's ball. And the keeper not thinking it through. Ikoma Luis Openda. Attacking possibilities for Leipzig. Well, that's the sign of a well-organised defence. Nick Woltemade. And nothing comes of this attack. It's got to be! Nicely over the top. Well, that's how to put in a clean tackle. David Raum. Xavi Simons. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Maybe room here for the counter-attack. Šeško. Well, this could really help the cause. The assistant referee has raised his flag. Offside. Five minutes left. He's got space. Has eyes for goal! Oh, good save. It's a short corner. An attack full of promise. Let's fly here. Oh, he really bruised the crossbar. And this might not be the ideal situation for them. Strong hand on that one. Baku. Making considerable progress with the ball. Really good build-up, but no end product. And that is that. The referee blows his whistle for full time, and it's a victory for...
atmosphere is building. This one is always a classic, but what drama will we have for you today? Keep it right here for live coverage on EA TV.
A warm welcome from Bavaria in the shadow of the Alps. I'm Guy Mowbray and Sue Smith is alongside me for commentary. And we've got action for you from the Bundesliga today. It's Bayern Munich and they take on Leipzig.
Thanks, Guy. Well, I can't wait for this one. Both sets of fans are certainly up for it. I'm sure that that'll give the players a real boost. They'll be hoping to start the game at a fast tempo.
Ball is rolling, we're underway. This is today's Bayern Munich starting lineup. Eric Dyer plays alongside Deo Upamecano as the centre-backs, and the main striker is Harry Kane. Sane. Bayern moving the ball forward with purpose. Oh, they were getting interested there, but not anymore. Amadou Haidara. Kevin Campbell. Ritla Baku. Simons. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. Kimmich. Harry Kane. Now, what can they do from here? Here. Chance to deliver into the box. And ready for it coming his way. And that's a nice, easy catch from a disappointing ball in. It's no surprise who we've picked out to have a look at here. What should we expect today, Sue?
Yeah, it's his ability on the ball for me. I know it's a cliche, but it's almost as if he's got it on a string at times. He's just able to manipulate it so well, work within those tight spaces, and then can pick out the right pass or get it.
Great reading of the game by the man in goal. Line it. Leipzig get the throw in. Benjamin Šeško. Campbell. Now, this has to be. And it's in. It's no longer goalless. There's the opener. Kimmich. Leroy Sane. On to Davis. Olise. Kimmich. They're just looking now for that final pass through. Ritla Baku. Nice pass and on their march. Campbell. Left his man behind. And they need to be better on the ball than that. Musiala. Amadou Haidara. Bayern regaining possession. Davis. Kimmich. Kane. careless there as the ball changes hands. Kimmich. Michael Olise. Baku. Cuts inside. Oh, well saved. That was a really good chance. Davis. Lovely ball. This could lead to something. Good ball in behind. Oh, ho, ho! That has flown into the net. What a strike! A superb volley. Yatauda. Baku. Kevin Campbell. Amadou Haidara. David Brown. Haidara. Attack of genuine promise now. Well, from so far out, it didn't appear to be the best option. Close, though.
Well, he surprised everyone, including me. It's a decent effort, you've got to say.
Switched on and ready to intercept there. Xavi Simons. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Sane. And then with Kimmich. Davis. Musiala. One and two-touch passing, making it look easy. Hey! And a great stop to turn the ball away. And on that whistle... So the second half kicks off. Baku. Xavi Simons. Bayern come away with it. Sane. Sane. Luis Openda. Michael Olise. Looks promising from Bayern, but not the end result they wanted from an encouraging position. Looking to create an angle. Possession given away. Kimmich. Musiala. He's asked plenty of questions of the back line. It's certainly been difficult to contain.
I think he's had a really good first half. He's been brave on the ball, always looking to go forward and hurt the opposition. There's not much to separate these two sides, though.
Now to deliver a good ball in. To split the sides, but this move is looking promising. Davis. A bit sloppy in possession. Could be something happening for them now. Campbell. Real opportunity. Oh, really good goalkeeping there. Davis. Olise. Now Kimmich. Michael Olise. set up the chance. Kane. Will it open up for him? Davis. Lovely tiki-taka football. Can they find the final pass? But ultimately, not going anywhere with it. David Brown. Benjamin Šeško. Kevin Campbell. Moving the ball around well here. Oh, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. Jamal Musiala. Kane. This could be threatening. Kevin Campbell. Openda. It's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. Now, can he get the cross in? It's nice possession. Is there a goal to take the lead coming? Great defending. Jamal Musiala. There's a chance for the breakaway here. Could turn out to be a really good ball. And that one is got away. Simons. Promising move this. A goal now would surely be the winner. A chance yet to appear. Well, it was looking good. Ultimately, nothing doing.
Well, just listen to the atmosphere in here. It's certainly cranked up a notch or two over the last 5 minutes or so. And you just think they're going to get one more big chance before the final whistle.
Oh, could be a chance here. And it's on now. Encouraging signs to the attack. It hasn't led to anything. Great chance here. Oh, top quality goalkeeping to deny what looked a likely goal. Lyman. Jamal Musiala. This looks really good. Could we see a winning goal? Leroy Sané. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. David Brown. Xavi Simons. Amadou Haidara. Šeško. And there goes the final whistle. It's all over.
Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and the fans are pouring into the stadium. The tension palpable. Stay with us. We'll have all the action for you live right here on EA TV. Welcome everyone on a perfect night for football with the floodlights beaming down. I'm Derek Ray and my commentary partner as always is Stuart Robson. And the focus is on the Bundesliga. Live action coming up. It is Bayern Munich up against Stuttgart.
Thanks, Derek. Well, this should be a decent game today. Both managers will have a game plan. Both teams have a certain style of play and both sides will want to start quickly. I'm looking forward to this.
Pick out of teammates. Fancies a pop from here. Well, I'll tell you what, surprising everyone by taking on the shot from that range.
Yeah, that was certainly a good effort from that sort of distance. Really struck it cleanly.
And here is the Bayern side. Dayo Upamecano plays alongside Eric Dyer in central defence. And the responsibility of leading the line today goes to Harry Kane. And so the Stuttgart starting 11.
Well, although we have it down as a 4-5-1, it's actually more likely to be a 4-2-3-1. They play with two holding midfield players, a number 10 and two wingers. The system has a nice balance to it.
And Kimmich couldn't keep it. Well, they're on the scent of something positive. Well, we always talk up Jamal Musiala, and with good reason.
Oh, Derek, what a chance this is.
The keeper had plenty to think about with bodies around him. Angelo Stiller. And he brought to the attack with a masterful tackle. Michael Olise. Undav. Really good interception. Alphonso Davies. Jamal Musiala. And credit due, a good intervention. Fury. Woltemade. Chris Fury. Angelo Stiller. Well, Bayern with the ball again. Nice looking pass. And he finished. Really sound goalkeeping, not letting the opposition have any scraps. Cagazor. Deniz Undav. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Now, what can they do from here? Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Jamal Musiala. Oh, great vision. Atakan Cagazor. Jamie Leveling. Undav. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. And Bayern finding space on the flank. A fine reading of the situation. Moving it forward. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. And a long way out. Denied by the bar. Back in play here.
Well, they so nearly took the lead there. They just have to keep creating these opportunities, and I'm sure the goal will come.
Yes, so near indeed, but now they've got to concentrate on keeping their defensive shape. A gift for any goalkeeper. This Fury. Delightful pass. Can they forge ahead? And collection tidily. He had plenty to think about. Jamal Musiala. And passing it through. Oh, denied once more. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. Sané. This Fury. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Voltemade. Musiala. Olis. And the whistle is sounded for... So the second half gets underway. And it's the case of the two teams saying to each other, whatever you can do, I can do just as well. Might be able to set up the chance. Save, and he snuffed out any sign of danger. And short it is. And it's with Wagnerman. Mastery of the passing game. And quick thinking defensively. Fury. And defensive play to be applauded. Well, we can see what they're attempting, but it's just not coming off. Okay. Good defending.
Well, as you can see, if Bayern had taken a fraction of the chances they've created, they would be home and dry by now. But unfortunately, they haven't made the most of them.
Well, they have the ball now. Let's see what they can come up with. Bayern have lost possession here. Well, probably a fair assessment of his first half's work would be a mixed bag.
Well, I actually think he's worked really hard in the first half. He's unlucky not to be on the score sheet. It was a really good effort that hit the woodwork. But he'll need to show similar energy in the second 45 minutes in what is a tight game.
Oh, this is looking promising. But no damage done, that's the main thing. Fury. And a good-looking ball. Oh, right in the nick of time. Leroy Sané. And Kimmich. At times they make passing look easy. And Harry Kane ready to pounce. Well, nothing comes of it. Nick Voltemade. He continues his run. Well, disappointing end to the move. Opportunity it is. Angelo Stiller. Now can they make something happen? And that will be offside. Musiala. Could be dangerous. Determined defending. battle for Bayern to keep hold of the ball. Dennis Unda. Determined defending. Well, an opportunity here for them to get their noses in front from the corner. It's a short one. Crossed in there. And coolly done despite the mounting pressure. And Stuttgart come away with it. Maximilian Mittelstädt. Oh, into the chance! Oh, a brilliantly timed tackle when it really mattered. Really nice ball. Really stretched, somehow reaching it.
Well, I think he's pleased with himself. That's a top-class save.
Well, the defender deserves a bit of credit, to be fair.
Yeah, I think you have to give credit to the defending there. Just enough pressure to put him off at that vital moment.
Fury. Nick Woltemade. And they're on the front foot, looking for a winner near the end of this game. Undav. Well, it's a good-looking position. Is there a goal in the future? Oh, can you believe it? With so little time left, surely that will be the winner. Amazing scenes here. Olis. Lima on the ball. Kimmich. Sané. Bayern late in the game, battling against the clock and the scoreline. But timely defending when it mattered. In for the chance. He'll try his luck here. Oh my goodness, what a strike! From so far out, absolutely sensational. Unstoppable. Kimmich. Michael Olis. Lima on the ball. Olis. Jamal Musiala. No problems for the keeper. Well, in terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. Giving the ball to the opposition that time. Well, there goes the final whistle.
What a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments from kickoff. All the action coming live.
Welcome along to an evening that was made for football. The pitch is in great order too. I'm Guy Mowbray, and the former England forward Sue Smith is with me for commentary. And we've got Bundesliga action for you here. It's Stuttgart, and they take on Leipzig.
Thanks, Guy. I'm anticipating a good match today. It's important they get off to a good start, play their way into the game, be confident on the ball, and hopefully we won't be disappointed.
Maximilian Mittelstädt. This is the Leipzig lineup.
Yeah, a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. A lot of coaches are adopting this nowadays as it does give you those two holding players while you've still got plenty of threat from the wide wingers.
Oh, it was a why-not moment that. He wasn't far away.
Well, he's certainly full of confidence to attempt a shot from there, and it's really close to going in.
Good work to regain possession. Baku. Nicely played through. It's out, but for how long? And the play breaks down.
Well, I thought we were going to see an early goal here. And what a start that would have been for them. But the keeper did so well to keep it out.
Yes, not just goals that can lift a team. They have to capitalise on that moment here. A really good interception to take the ball. Stiller. We could watch that sort of skill all day. But that's where it ends, with the ball won this time. Benjamin Šeško. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Leveling. That set up the chance. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Kevin Campbell. Xavi Simons. Campbell. Baku. He's beaten his marker here. He read that well, stopping any danger. Trying to force a mistake. A move of real promise now. A chance to cross here. Promising looking attack, but it's come to nothing. Chris Fury. The hard work pays off. They won the ball. Chance to go ahead. They've gone in front. A key moment in the match. 1-0 then as we get started again. Buildup. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Simons. Openda. They've given it away here. Baku. Lutzano Geertruida. Šeško. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted. Jamie Laveling. Offside has been given here. Lois Openda. Baku. Good vision. Oh, great work from the keeper to avert the danger. Neither side doing a good job of holding onto the ball. Real opportunity. Good strong tackle. It'll be a throw-in. Jamie Laveling. Cheshko. Now it needs a good ball in. Cut back nicely. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. A chance to get something going here. Surely the equaliser, and still the chance might come. And they're not going to benefit from a decent passage of play. Working hard to win it back there. And the referee's whistle brings the first 45 minutes to a... Ball is rolling and the second half is underway. Lutzano Geertruida. Riedler Baku. Kevin Campbell. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Angelo Stiller. Chris Furyk. Maximilian Mittelstädt. Space now to get a crossover. Keeping it nicely here. He'll take this on. Oh my goodness, what a strike. From so far out, that's absolutely sensational. Amadou Haidara. Kevin Campbell. Xavi Simons. And unable to retain possession. See what he was trying with the ball over the top, but just a little too much on it in the end. Xavi Simons. David Raum. Able to skip past his man. Waiting in the centre. Campbell. And this could be crucial defending. Good work to recover possession. Good challenge, and a throw-in will follow.
Well, the possession stats are certainly in favour of Leipzig, but they need to try and turn that possession into opportunities on goal. It's all very safe at the moment, not taking enough risks, and when they do go forward, there needs to be a real pace to their play.
Well, they're not going to be able to create anything whilst out of possession. Could get it over now. Promising position, this. Baku. Stiller. Baku. Plenty of space to attack now. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Bit of a squeeze on here. Dennis Undav. That's a good ball. Big a try. And that took a deflection. Corner now. And it's a short one. Nicely sets it up. Undav. And able to come away with the ball. Xavi Simons. Patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Campbell. Openda. Lovely weighted pass. Real opportunity. And a goal to take them even further clear, signing off in style. Kevin Campbell. Haidara. David Rao. Amadou Haidara. Could turn out to be a really good ball. Sheshko. Amadou Haidara. Now, this might be promising. Great chance here. Oh, it's in! Oh, yes, what a way to silence this crowd. Jamie Labeling. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. Well, that brings the match to a close. A frustrating day.
Two teams heading for what's sure to grab the interest of football fans around the world. Total coverage coming up next on EA TV.
Hello and welcome to the Red Bull Arena Leipzig in the beautiful state of Saxony, eastern Germany. I'm Guy Mowbray and I'm joined by the former England striker Sue Smith for commentary. And we've got a Bundesliga game for you on the way. It's Leipzig and they take on Bayern Munich.
Cheers, Guy. Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm anticipating a good game today. The coaching staff have done all they can. Now it's about taking it onto the pitch.
An attack of genuine promise developing. Haidara. Baku has the space to whip it in here. This is how the hosts line up.
Well, it does look like a 3-5-2. Certainly offers a flexibility, mainly with the wing-backs, who can turn defence into attack really quickly. I'm sure the front two will press from the front and hope to win the ball back high up the pitch.
This is today's Bayern Munich starting lineup. Deo Upamecano plays alongside Eric Dyer in the centre of defence, and the main striker is Harry Kane. Good ball in behind, but it's been given as offside, the timing just out.
Well, Holmes has run well, and I thought he was in. Nicely weighted pass too, but he's offside by the narrowest of margins.
Kane. Take a look. Well, that hasn't taken long. In front already. Haidara. Kevin Campbell. Simons. Haidara. David Brown. Amadou Haidara. Kevin Campbell. Haidara. Move of real promise now. Well, it looked promising, but only up to a point. Olise. Kane. Musiala. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Lyman. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted. Leroy Sané. This looks promising from Bayern. Could be dangerous. Kane. Oh, a great chance. Another goal. And it's one that tightens their grip on this game. Xavi Simons. Baku. Amadou Haidara. Xavi Simons. Allbet. And just looking now for that final pass through. Kevin Campbell. A chance to get something going here. Kevin Campbell. That's not a bad looking ball. Lyman. Olise. They need to be better on the ball than that. Baku. to put the cross in. Kimmich. Michael Olise. Now with Kimmich. Musiala. Kane. And this could be. Oh, the build-up was lovely. The way it's ended, not so good. Michael Olise. Kane. Genuine chance. And unable to retain possession. Davis. Musiala. Mane. What a chance! As it goes, Bayern corner coming. Over it comes. Brilliant! Just fantastic! To think about trying that is one thing. As the second half gets going, you can only wonder what Bayern would have to do wrong to throw this one away. Lyman. Now Kimmich. Deo Upamecano. Davis. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Xavi Simons. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Musiala. They could get caught out on the break here. Olise. And the goalkeeper has made it his. Xavi Simons. Openda. Šeško. Brown. The defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. Well, Harry Kane has shown us all his exceptional talents up to this point. It's been a performance of the highest quality.
He's been the standout, the difference between the two teams, and at times he's been unplayable. The goals were clinical, and he just looks hungry for more.
Baku. Bayern Munich have it back now. The counter looks on here, options available. And that has been adjudged to be offside. Aidara. A bit sloppy in possession. Kimmich. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Musiala. Bayern Munich have the ball again. Kimmich. Musiala. Real opportunity. Great defending. They decide against putting it into the box. Good cross into the middle. Well, they could still do something here. The attack comes to an end. Disappointing. Olise. Oh, worth a shot. Oh, and he's tried to power that in. That's blown over the bar. Haidara. David Rao. Kevin Campbell. Baku. And that'll go out for a corner. The box it goes. Eric Dyer. To Laimer. Nicely played through. And the keeper could be in trouble. And there's the hat-trick. He'll be taking the match ball home. Campbell. Simons. David Rao. Xavi Simons. Amadou Haidara. Simons. Baku. The goalkeeper more than ready for it. Jamal Musiala. Leroy Sané. Olise. Puts the ball into the box. Oh, that lacked all the required control. It's a disappointing effort. Ridla Baku. Lois Openda. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Game will stop. Offside. Leroy Sané. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. Kevin Campbell. Xavi Simons. Well, that brings the match to a close.
Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Hello, it's a real pleasure to be with you from West London, from Stamford Bridge. I'm Derek Ray, getting ready to bring you all the action, accompanied by my broadcasting partner, Stuart Robson. I'm very much looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League. It's Chelsea up against Newcastle United.
Thanks, Derek, as always.
And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Now, how about the short corner? Cutting infield here, and blocked there. And a look at the Chelsea starting 11. Pedro Neto plays with Jadon Sancho out wide. And leading the line today is Christopher Nkunku. Just had to look a bit lively given the pressure. So the starting 11 for Newcastle United. Martin Dubravka is the goalkeeper. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the striker today is Alexander Isak.
Oh, big chance here, Derek.
And you've just witnessed a moment of truly high-class goalkeeping.
You're absolutely right. What a save that is. He's reacted so quickly.
Promising move this from Newcastle. And nicely parried away. Chance to cross. Well, he failed to deliver that time. Well, sometimes you have in your ranks a player who can decide any game, and Jadon Sancho falls in that category. Stuart, what do you anticipate seeing from him today?
Well, he has many attributes, but he's at his most dangerous when crossing the ball. He really does deliver a good cross.
And the keeper able to hold on to it. Fabian Schär. It's with Joelinton. Joelinton. And on the ball is Schär. Murphy. And Newcastle pushing forward with options available. And threading it through. Well, even marginally offside is still against the law.
Yeah, and he just needed to hold his run for a fraction longer, and he would have been in on goal.
Sandro Tonali. And nicely over the top. Well read to ease the pressure. A chance to whip it in. Well, going for power from there, but not worrying the goalkeeper in the slightest. Advantageous situation here for Chelsea developing. And still looking for space. A routine save. Bruno Guimaraes. Plenty of support here, but really sticking to their task defensively. Anthony Gordon. Comfortable in dealing with the ball played in. Neto. The throw-in coming up for Newcastle. Oh, splendid skill. But a good piece of tidying up. Neto. Nkunku must take the lead here. And they have. You've got to say, it has been coming. Fabian Schär. Tonali with it. Livramento. Sandro Tonali. Bruno Guimaraes. Caicedo. And possibilities here. Options in the middle. Well, passing moves like this will build confidence. Oh, he's gone for goal! Well, an attempt almost from a different postcode and not very far away.
Well, from that sort of range, that's a very decent effort.
Murphy. Oh, skipping away. Well, danger averted thanks to his teammate. And he has options available. Well, that one has promise. It should be! And he's fired it against the post. Danger averted for now.
Well, Newcastle had some good fortune there, but can that now inspire them? Because they've struggled so far today.
Yes, every team needs a slice of luck from time to time. It's all about how you use that slice of luck to your advantage. Given away by Chelsea. Jadon Sancho. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Well, there is going to be stoppage time, but only the 1 minute. Well, trailing, but this looks promising. And so the first half draws to a close. And back underway here, with Newcastle looking to find a route back into the game. Bruno Guimaraes. And on the ball is Scher. Guimaraes. Sandro Tonali. Anthony Gordon. Tino Livramento. Bruno Guimaraes. Well, a failure to keep the ball by Newcastle. Sancho. Oh, good strike! And what a magical save it was! And taking it away. Firing it towards goal. The keeper diving magnificently to make sure he got there. And Chelsea pushing to add to their lead. It'll be a corner. Well, the keeper wanted to take it cleanly and did. Livramento. They've given it away. Neto. And teammates around him. Sancho. Well, there to intercept. Guimaraes. And a really fruitful first-half performance from Christopher Nkunku. How would you sum up what he's put into the game? Oh, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. Palmer. Well, Chelsea being afforded too much space here. Can he make it count? And nicely parried away. "30 minutes left for play." Guimaraes. Good-looking sequence, but nothing comes of it.
Well, Chelsea have controlled the last 15 minutes and have been pressing to extend their lead. They just need to be a bit more clinical in front of goal.
Yes, it might be on for them once more. And inspirational goalkeeping.
Well, that should have been a goal, but what a save that is from the keeper.
And a goal kick will be next. And take it away. Clear to see who got the last touch, so a throw-in it'll be. Tino Livramento. Fabian Schär. And the Magpies moving the ball forward with purpose. A fine reading of the situation. Jadon Sancho. Jacob Murphy. It's with Joelinton. And he's kept it out. Fully stretched. Somehow reaching it. Now sending it in. Not to be in terms of the cross there. Goal kick coming up. Well, brilliant work to keep that one in play. Oh, that's an expert piece of defending. Newcastle moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Well, they couldn't keep it. 15 minutes left for play. Can he find the right pass? Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Guimaraes. Nkunku. That's a lovely ball. Oh, wonderful bit of skill. Nkunku. And it's gone in here. Just what Chelsea fans wanted to see. Their lead extended to 2 goals. Fabian Schär. Joelinton. Bruno Guimaraes. Trippier now. It's with Joelinton. Promising possession, this. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. A real struggle to contain him. And quick thinking defensively. Tremendous intuition to win it back. Jadon Sancho. Cucurella. And using his strength to shield the ball. Jacob Murphy. What to like about that pass? And collected tidily. He had plenty to think about. Nkunku. Trying to open up the defence. And that is full time. Chelsea have prevailed. 3 points for... The tension is palpable and you can understand why. Two high-level sides about to face each other, and it's anyone's guess how this is going to end up. It's North London against West London coming up. In other words, Arsenal against Chelsea here at the Emirates. I'm Derek Ray, and sharing commentary with me today is Stuart Robson. Stuart, this is usually feisty.
It certainly is. It's another London derby which has become very competitive recently. If both teams play at their best today, we should be in for a great game.
And this is the Arsenal starting 11. Gabriel plays alongside William Saliba in central defence. Declan Rice starts alongside Thomas Partey in the centre of midfield. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. Well, that was a very respectable effort from such a long way out.
Well, he hits it cleanly and it's a very good strike, but just not on target.
Here's the lineup for Chelsea. Jadon Sancho plays with Pedro Nieto out wide, and leading the line today is Christopher Nkunku. Partey. Moving the ball really well here. Enzo Fernandez. Stuffing out the danger. And promising stuff from Arsenal. Determined defending. Can he deliver it with accuracy? And the clearance there means a corner. Still not clear. Interception to snuff out the danger. Nkunku. Trossard. It will be an Arsenal free kick. Fernandez. Pedro Neto. Nicely cut out. Well, it would have taken perfect technique from that sort of range, and that was less than perfect.
Not a good decision from him. That's a waste of possession there.
Caicedo. Jadon Sancho. Moises Caicedo. Fluency of movement. Well, honestly, I didn't mean to jinx them. Just wasn't a very good pass finally. Jadon Sancho. Nkunku has it. He'll have a go here. Well, it ended up being easier for the goalkeeper in the end. Urian Timber. And fine work from Chelsea to win the ball back. Fernandez. Nkunku. Oh, nice work to get past his opponent. Well, his teammate got him out of trouble. Now can they counter clinically? Well, they couldn't quite use that break in the manner that they'd hoped. What can Chelsea do from this position? Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Martin Ødegaard. Teammates available. Arsenal get the advantage from the referee. The fans want to see a shot. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Well, again, it breaks down for them. Moises Caicedo. Pedro Neto. Determined defending. Could be dangerous. And that is offside. Ball lost by Chelsea. Palmer with it. Now, counter-attacking possibilities here. Jadon Sancho. Well, the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. Trossard. Well, that's going to be all for the first half here. So the ball moving. The pendulum has already swung Arsenal's way in this game. Will we see more of the same in the second half? Trossard. Rice with it. Mikel Merino. Oh, did well to skip through. A strong glove on the ball from the keeper. Fernandes. Pedro Neto. Moises Caicedo. Nkunku has it. Nkunku. Patient enough build-up. Can they carve out a chance? And no worries for the goalkeeper. Declan Rice. It's with Mikel Merino. And Arsenal now find themselves in potentially a dangerous position. Effective challenge. Pedro Neto. Nkunku. Oh, great vision. Gabriel. It's with Ødegaard. Regained possession. And passing it through. Well, even marginally offside is still against the law.
Yeah, and he just needed to hold his run for a fraction longer, and he would have been in on goal.
Very alert defending to put a stop to the chance. Moises Caicedo. 30 minutes to go then. And plenty of space for this Chelsea attack. And behind it's gone for a corner. Great opportunity. Well, it was a joy to watch, and he didn't miss by much.
Well, good technique, great agility, and a little bit unlucky, I would say.
Martin Ødegaard. Partey. Nicely timed tackle. Patient build-up at the moment. Chance here. And there it is! 3 goals in front now. An immense performance. Nkunku. Well, trying to place it, but without any great success.
Well, maybe went for the wrong technique. If he'd have hit it with power, he may have got a better result. It's a poor effort, really.
Declan Rice. Rice with it. Oh, the threat is there. Has a go. Just missing narrowly on the volley.
Well, it's a fantastic effort. Difficult technique, but he caught it so well. He's unfortunate.
Really getting stuck in. Thomas Partey. Now he's got to stay calm. A goal! An exceptional performance this. 4 to the good now. Caicedo. Neto. Moises Caicedo. Nkunku. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Well, couldn't keep it in. Can he find the right pass? Well, it came to nothing in the end. Partey. And the shot. And the keeper throws himself at the ball. Laid over. But the keeper takes command. Textbook closing down. And now they're on the attack. Partey. Now to take it away. Moises Caicedo. Oh, what a top-notch pass. Spot on with that tackle. Nkunku. Declan Rice. Oh, danger here. Martin Ødegaard. In terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. And teammates around him. And making sure there was no danger in the end. And the referee signals that this game is officially over. It is a head-to-head confrontation we can, quite simply, never get enough of. Talk about high profile, this qualifies and then some. Stay with us for complete coverage from Stamford Bridge of Chelsea versus Arsenal. A meeting that evokes memories of the 2019 Europa League final when Chelsea ran out 4-1 winners against Arsenal in faraway Baku. Today, Stamford Bridge is the venue. Derek Ray in the commentary position and Stuart Robson is alongside me. Stuart, what are you looking forward to seeing?
Well, Derek, these are two big London clubs that expect to win trophies, and we should get a good game here. There's some really top-class players on view today.
And the match is underway. Here's the lineup for Chelsea. Pedro Neto plays with Jadon Sancho on the flanks. And leading the line today is Christopher Nkunku. And so the starting 11 for Arsenal. William Saliba starts alongside Gabriel in central defence. Declan Rice starts alongside Thomas Partey in the centre of midfield. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Mikel Merino. It's with Ødegaard. Timber. Not high quality defending. Fernandes. Released it nicely. Arsenal recovering possession well. Declan Rice. Moises Caicedo. And Arsenal unable to retain possession. That's a very fine piece of tackling. And he might be through here. There it is! The opening goal of this match. And what a start they've made. Fernandes. Sancho now. At times they make passing look easy. Well, the keeper is happy the bar was there. Enzo Fernandez. Oh, he's got the goal! And the keeper more than equal to the task. And over it comes. And he clears the danger. Declan Rice. It's with Mikel Merino. Thomas Partey. Good work from Chelsea to win back possession. Plenty of support here. And the ball in behind the defenders. Well, he's been ruled to have taken up an illegal position. Only just, however, Stuart.
Well, he loves running off the back of defenders. But on this occasion, he's just gone a fraction too early.
Able to skip past his man. An Arsenal corner as they look for more. Over it comes. Well, not cleared away completely. Well, going for the bicycle kick special, and he didn't miss by much.
Well, what a goal that would have been. That was a brilliant bit of skill.
Arsenal have it back. Options in the centre. This looks promising. Merino, it's got to be! Oh, a goal for Arsenal! It's theirs to lose now. Neto. Nkunku. couple of goals.
Well, you certainly can't fault their effort, but they just can't get back into this game, can they?
Martin Ødegaard. Jurriën Timber. Mikel Merino. That's what you call defending from the front. Possibilities here. Arsenal move it forward with purpose and control. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Gusto. Moises Caicedo. Cucurella. Arsenal have given it away. And it took a little nick before it went over the touchline. So a throw in here. Nkunku. The ball back with Arsenal now. Trossard. Well, couldn't quite find his teammate. Jadon Sancho. Nkunku has it. Pedro Neto. Chelsea losing possession. Well, as we approach the end of the first 45, Chelsea have left themselves with an awful lot to do. Haven't really been at the races in this one, Stuart.
Well, they've been outplayed in this first half, and they need that half-time whistle to come soon so they can regroup, change one or two things tactically, and come out with a better attitude in the second 45.
Nkunku. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. So 1 minute of stoppage time. That's what the officials have said. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. And the first 45 minutes have come and gone. Into the second half then, and it's not lost on Chelsea that they need to raise their game here. Gabriel. Rice with it. Martin Ødegaard. Now they stopped them in their tracks. Gusto. Caicedo. Chelsea couldn't keep it. And promising stuff from Arsenal. Chelsea will get the throw in. Well, constantly giving the ball away isn't going to help matters. Gusto. Neto. Well, it's a tall order as they try to pull one back, but their passing game might help. Really good build-up, but no end product. Mikel Merino. Now in possession, Trossard. Could play it in. Determined defending. Delightful pass. Well, that is how to nullify the opposition.
To the owner of the red convertible registration. station SNUG1. Please return to your vehicle immediately. Thank you.
Declan Rice. Oh, nice ball. And that's an important intervention. Palmer. Oh, Chelsea being afforded too much space here. Well, whether it's a great chance or a half chance, when you're trailing as they are, you've got to put them away.
Well, if they are going to get back into this, those are the sort of chances they have to take.
Trossard. And Chelsea with the ball again. How about the cross? That is a very fine challenge in difficult circumstances. Martin Ødegaard. Well, the counter chance looks very real. Oh, it was a close run thing, but the goalkeeper just got there first. Palmer. Good visualisation and execution. He's got to score! And there it is! Still life left in this game, and they have the momentum now. Gabriel, and keeping hold of the ball is what it's all about for them. Thomas Partey. Declan Rice. And Arsenal now find themselves in potentially a dangerous position. Well, it wasn't a touching save. Merkel.
Well, these Chelsea players need to step it up here because their fans have been brilliant. Can they get this equaliser?
Teamwork and passing in evidence. Let's fly here! Well, the goalkeeper managed to make the save without much difficulty in the end. Partey. Urian Timber. Mikel Merino. Still ahead by a goal and moving the ball with purpose. Martin Ødegaard. Will he play it in? Rice. Now the keeper grabs it. Well, the second half is ebbing away here. What can Chelsea pull out of the fire, Stuart?
Well, it's been close, but I'm not sure they deserve anything from this game. They've just not created enough clear-cut chances. There's still time, though. They just need to get the ball into the danger area.
Partey. Trossard. Mikel Merino. Can he put it away? Oh, it's in! And that might be the goal that clinches it for them. No looking back now, surely. Fernandes. Very quick thinking there. Mikel Merino. And support available. And fine reading of the situation. A chance perhaps. And the keeper's hand does the trick. Nice looking pass. And the referee decides enough is enough. It's the end.